The decade of the 60s was a time of growth and development for the sport and business of harness racing in Ontario. Rideau Carleton Raceway in the nation's capital was inspired and then developed by three men: a longtime horseman who trained and often drove his own horses, a politician, a lumberman, a businessman, and a World War II veteran James William Baskin, lawyer businessman Robert Faskin, and George Warren Armstrong. A plot of some 300 acres was secured on the northern outskirts of Ottawa in Gloucester Township area on Albion Road in an area locally known as Johnston's Corners. It was a spot known to be wet, designated for alcohol. Their presentation to the Securities Department in Ontario to secure financing was a masterpiece, incorporating every detail of building and operations, and even including wagering breakage revenue. In early August, a brief ceremony was held to lay the cornerstone for the grandstand. Rideau Carleton was built in a stunning 7 months under the direction of architect and building director Darcy Helmer and Sullivan Construction Company from Arnprior at a cost of $2 million. The racetrack itself, Canada's first 5/8 mile oval, was flanked by 12 fireproof stables capable of housing 500 horses. The model for the design came from Scioto Downs in Columbus, Ohio, which was built in 1959. From a racing standpoint, the purses to be offered were considered generous based on the economic times. 70 days of racing were proposed with a minimum purse of $400. 14 early closing events, with 2 attracting top purses of $3,500. On the evening of Saturday, September 1st, 1962, history was made as an enormous crowd assembled for the 8 o'clock first post. It was the dawning of a new era in Canadian harness racing, as racing under lights was now legal. A packed grandstand looked on as starter Tom McDonnell sent away a field of 8 pacers in the first race. With a purse of $400, the winner was 8-year-old Bud Castleton, stopping the brand new timer in 2:12.1. The winning driver was Wes Koch from Petrolia, Ontario, who had just turned 19 a month previous. Co-owner Bill Companion was on hand for the Winner's Circle presentation, hosted by Raceway Chief James Baskin. The Raceway's finest evening that year was on September 15th, when nearly $94,000 was wagered, and a new track record for 3-year-olds of 2:05 was set by Northwood Alex in the Hastings County Stake.
I was out on the canal one day and I thought, looking around, I thought this would be a great place to have a horse race, because I met with the head of the National Capital Commission, and he said, we're going to start a program next year and it's going to be called Winterlude, and it might tie in. And so 3 weeks later he wrote a letter to me and said, we've never allowed horses on the canal before. We'd like to have you participate in your program. And it took a year to put it together, and we did it. 40,000 people showed up in a driving snowstorm. It has always been referred to as an iconic day in the history of Canadian harness racing.
They're up and facing into the early lead. That's Wilco's Comet. Wilco's Comet the first to show. Fourth, Windy Playboy is fifth. And eighth to face on the lead. It's still Wilco's Comet driving at him. High Class Minbar. Full Talent is third in the drive for the wire. Wilco's Comet. High Class Minbar trying to get to him. Full Talent third. Wilco's Comet is 56 flat. A new track record. Say Supreme Jade at the rail. Supreme Jade on closing on the outside. Advance attack in the drive for the wire. Supreme Jade. Perfect out. Advance attack. The three of them take.
At Rideau Carleton, full moon rising usually indicates something ominous, but not this night, as the 3-year-old pacing fillies division were each won by the favorites. Dallas Princess in 1:58-2 for Carmen High, charging up on the outside. And Misty Silver easily in 1:59-1 with Bud Fritz driving for Eugene Forbes.
Off that final turn they come on the lead as they turn for home. That's Betrayal. Down the stretch they come. Betrayal has the lead right alongside Johnny A. Heritage in the drive for the wire. Betrayal, Johnny A. Heritage, illustrious big guy. Johnny A. and Betrayal. Johnny A. Heritage.
Cam Feller raced here, who was, in my opinion, the greatest harness horse of all time. He raced here. He was win number 13 of 28 in a row. The biggest crowd ever in the history of Rideau, over 10,000 people, and bet 440,000 on track. Like there was, the place was unbelievable. And the food, the night, the ambiance, everything was fantastic. It was the best overall night ever, and of course Cam Feller won the race to put an exclamation point on it. And he was such a good horse, he'd only win by that much. Whatever he needed to win by, that's what he'd win by.
Outside, down the stretch they come on in down the Droit. Kelly Tuck Brake trying to go wire to wire. Sandman Hanover between pacers. Top Notcher charging on the outside in the drive for the wire. Top Notcher, Kelly Tuck Brake, Sandman Hanover, Top Notcher in front.
Approaching 3/4 and driving up on the outside now to challenge as they move down the backstretch. Part of the entry, Day in a Life clears by 3/4 of a length towards the rail. That is Red Bow Tie. And locked in with nowhere to go, that's Noble Ability. In between pacers shaking loose. Bosun's Mate has found some racing room. 3/4, 122 flat on the final turn. Day in the Life is open to 2.5 lengths. Up in the far outside part of the entry, Bosun's Mate trying to get there with him. Down on the inside, Red Bow Tie clinging third. Up the rail in fourth, Noble Ability, and they straighten out for home. Through the lane, Day in a Life opening up by 4. Bosun's Mate far outside. Red Bow Tie's found a little bit more. The Catman sneaks through with Noble Ability. Here's the finish. Here's the wire. Day in a Life, 1:49-4. Track record. Here they are.
Carleton Raceway, it's his third winner of the night, but 149-4 is something that he'll remember for a long, long time with Day in a Life. And let's not forget to congratulate Mark Stacey. Mark Stacey is the one that broke and trained this colt, and he made his first steps here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. His first 2 lifetime races were here, and it's great to see him win the Des Smith. Chris Christoforou, winning driver. Let's have a round of applause for Chris. Brilliant drive, 149-4, world record on a 5/8 track.
Top notcher in front.
Approaching 3/4 and driving up on the outside now to challenge as they move down the backstretch. Part of the entry, Day in a Life clears by 3/4 of a length towards the rail. That is Red Bow Tie. And locked in with nowhere to go, that's Noble Ability. In between pacers shaking loose. Bosun's Mate has found some racing room. 3/4, 122 flat on the final turn. Day in the Life is open to 2.5 lengths. Up in the far outside part of the entry, Bosun's Mate trying to get there with him. Down on the inside, Red Bow Tie clinging third. At the rail in fourth, Noble Ability, and they straighten out for home. Through the lane, Day in a Life opening up by 4. Bosun's Mate far outside. Red Bow Tie's found a little bit more. The Catman sneaks through with Noble Ability. Here's the finish. Here's the wire. Day in a Life, 149-4. Track record. Here they are.
Carleton Raceway, it's his third winner of the night, but 149-4 is something that he'll remember for a long, long time with Day in a Life. And let's not forget to congratulate Mark Stacey. Mark Stacey is the one that broke and trained this colt, and he made his first steps here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. His first 2 lifetime races were here, and it's great to see him win the Des Smith. Chris Christoforou, winning driver. Let's have a round of applause for Chris. Brilliant drive, 149-4, world record on a 5/8 track.
And it's $1 Million Cell. Darrell Colville now swinging to the outside. Could win number 6,500 be that close? Here they are. It is Beastie Royal, $1 Million Cell, $1 Million Cell reaching up, 6,500 career wins for Colville. Shows the way. Pressured on the outside by Dalhousie Dave, and down at the rail, Legal Litigator. Second over on the cover for Alexi Matosi. Third over for Art Professor now is on the way for Jameson. Excess cover for Anderlecht now, who's on the move. A ground-saving trip for Lucky Man. It's back there to Gotcha Covered and trailing the field, straight shooting. But Liz again is opened up by about 2.5. 121 to the 3/4. Liz again, a 3-length lead. Closest one to him is Legal Litigator. Now coming up On the far outside, Art Professor is shaken loose for Jameson. There's less than an eighth of a mile to go in the Des Smith. It is Liz again trying to hang on. Art Professor is putting on the pressure. They're down to the final strides in the Des. It's Liz again and Art Professor down to the wire. Liz again in a new Canadian record, 1:49.2.
So do you guys remember when the announcement came down that horse racing was being canceled, the Slots of Racetracks program in 2012? Duncan made the announcement. We were sitting in the room together, and I know my stomach just dropped right out of me. Remember that, Jean?
Yeah, and it reminded me that we had the same thing in Quebec, so I wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah, the one thing I remember was one thing went through my mind, and that was it's over. And I remember Pete looking at me and saying, "You're right, Richard, it's over."
And I said, "It's not over."
Andy's Unreal has been sent on a gate-to-wire mission on the outside. Hello everyone, my name is John McMillan. I'm taking a look at the second program of the year. But Onyx VA and Stéphane Brassot have the racetrack all to themselves. Everyone, I'm John McMillan, taking a look at how things went on last Sunday's program.
On the day Canada crossed the threshold of 100 coronavirus cases, Ottawa was explicit for the first time about what researchers say could be on the way.
Are you planning the worst?
Absolutely. Alarming levels of inaction.
And so for the first time, these words from the WHO, the coronavirus is officially a pandemic.
Julie, thank you. Also breaking tonight, the NBA suspending its season after a player on the Utah Jazz tests positive for the virus. Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban reacting to the stunner along with the rest of the league and its fans tonight. The Utah-Oklahoma City game was postponed right before tip-off tonight after that player tested positive, sending a packed arena home.
Pete, are we still racing? Dylan, we just got off the phone with Ontario Racing, and in line with the other racetracks across Ontario, we will be suspending our race program effective immediately.
For how long?
I don't know.
Horse racing is making its return to the capital this weekend.
But if you're looking to head to the track to catch the excitement, don't. Live audiences are still not allowed. CTV's Tyler Fleming reports.
The race is on. Coming around the backstretch, jockeying for a win.
It's been a long, hard road.
Horse ownership is expensive, and without racing, there's no paycheck for Gary McDonald.
So not only do I have my own financial burden, I have the burden of 7 horses.
So a win is needed. Horse racing has been given the go-ahead from the province. These qualifying races at the Rideau Carleton Raceway are for Sunday's big return.
And hopefully we draw some nice post positions so we can get into the race and get some of that prize money.
A $65,000 purse to be won in the standard bred races.
So that's with the sulky and the driver versus the jockey on top of the thoroughbred's back.
John McMillan is the director of the National Capital Region Horse Association and says the industry has been hit hard.
Participants in the industry are suffering from financial trouble, so getting them back to work will be a great thing.
Strict sanitary measures have been put in place at the track to protect staff, crew, and jockeys. Racing manager Peter Andrusek says only small groups are allowed in the stables and temperatures are being checked before entering.
They've been developed in conjunction with the guidelines of Ottawa Public Health.
the AGCO and Ontario Racing.
So racing into COVID was surreal. There was no customers in the grandstand, no staff, nothing. In November of 2020, we saw a real unique opportunity. It was American Thanksgiving. A lot of the US tracks hadn't even opened yet. And for a 2-hour period, Rideau Carleton Raceway would be the only track racing for around 2 hours. Huge potential for us, and we certainly saw it. That Wednesday night, we have a major snowstorm. Unbelievable. And I remember sitting with Jeff Taylor, our track manager, and basically telling him, whatever it takes, we have to race. And he had an unlimited budget, and at the end of the day, he and his men got the job done. Then the fog rolls in. And the fog was so thick, forget about the backstretch, you couldn't even see the finish line. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, what a lost opportunity. Yet, as the races started, the tote boards started blowing up. Numbers unheard of for a track our size. And I remember it was around race 6, and I got a text from Glenn Pearson, who was the general manager at the time, who held the old records, which was, I believe, about 440,000. And he said to me, congratulations, you finally broke the record 35 years later. And that's when it kind of dawned on me that, wow, this is something special. By the end of the night, we bet over 750,000, I believe. And what was so shocking about that is that there was not one patron in the grandstand to witness it. COVID.
Yeah, we got a big loss. Rideau Carleton, Mr. Armstrong. He's been good to me over the years. I've been here for my whole life. And I just got back, but he always helped me out.
Warren Armstrong was not only the most passionate racetrack operator that I've ever come in contact with, but he wanted every person that came to Rideau Carleton to have a tremendous experience, whether it was a horse person, a race fan, or just a general passerby. He wanted them to have a great time, and that's what they did under his management. 1 week ago tonight, the entire racing community and everybody at Rideau Carleton was saddened to learn of the passing of Mr. Warren Armstrong, one of the builders and the inspiration here at Rideau Carleton Raceway, the owner of this racetrack for almost 60 years. Tonight we are celebrating his life with a video tribute followed by a minute of silence.
Well, I mean, it's a tremendous sport, and just, you know, I love the game. I love racing, and so many good memories, and just, you know, just what it did in the community here. It was a great entertainment, a great show, great place to go, great place to meet people. Harness horse people are some of the best people in the world, down to earth, salt of the earth people, fantastic people. And just, you know, the people, the camaraderie, those are the things that mean the most to me. people in harness racing are all salt of the earth, friendly, you know, and it was a great game, a great sport, and just a lot of fun to be around.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway, whether it may be on track or watching and wagering from your favorite off-track location. We have a 10-race program for you today from the nation's capital. First, we shall take a look at the weather and track conditions, followed by today's program changes. Under clear skies, the track is fast. It's -3 Celsius, 27 Fahrenheit. Wind is out of the west-northwest at 22 kilometers per hour, or 14 miles per hour. With the wind chill, it's -9 Celsius, or 16 Fahrenheit. Here are today's changes. No changes in the first race, first half of the daily double. In race 2, driving number 1, place my bet will be Robert Shepard. Robert Shepard driving 1, place my bet in race 2. No changes in races 3 through 5. In race 6, number 3, Zayden's luck goes from Swedish blinds to blinkers. No changes in race 7. No changes in the 8th race. No changes in the 9th. In the 10th race, 7, Capteur de Rêve goes from side rolls to open bridle and from aluminum to steel, all 4 shoes. Those are the changes on today's program of racing. Post time for race 1, approximately 4 o'clock in 17 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway Casino. I'm Graham Mitchell, and naturally John McMillan is beside me. And John, we got 10 on the docket, and in the finale, it's our open trot. We got a full field of 9 trotters going behind the gate. Morning line choice in there is Tokyo Sealster, but from post 8, oof, that's not going to be an easy feat.
No, that's a tough assignment, Graham, and it's very windy out there. We had our first night where winter and weather actually played a role, I would say, on our Sunday program. Horses just didn't look strong to me in the stretch, and not just 1 or 2, half of the field or more. So whether it was there's a little more stone dust on the track perhaps this time of year, or it was the wind, the colder weather, I think that's going to play a role. And when you get into a a slower track, I think that can be a greater advantage for the horses inside. I think it makes it even more of a challenge to gain ground. So if you're Berube, what do you do with Tokyo Sealster? Do you launch from post 8? Do you try to go mid-pack, or just what do you do? It's not an easy job.
Well, actually, outside horses are your top ones. Capteur de Rêve with Sam Filion driving certainly is one that they're thinking has a good chance. Is going off at 2-1 morning line.
For sure. I think that's a pretty good betting race. I think it's the favorite could be 5-2 or 3-1 in there. There aren't any that I'd be willing to stake a major wager on. I like Cold Rage to be part of it. I like the fact that he's very consistent. His most recent, he looked good, and they're letting him away at a decent number. He was 11-1 2 weeks ago. You might get 6 or 7-1. I think he's a great try-key, or whatever wager you're playing in the exotic could be the high 5, but I think he's one you have to factor in.
Okay, also inside horse, I like CrossFit to possibly get off the gate and be positioned well for the stretch, and he raced well, got a win last week, has moved back up into the preferred, so he might, like you said, there's a few in there that could definitely inside horse.
And if you look at the race overall, I don't see a horse that I could toss. So when you have to use all 9, it's going to be a decent betting race that could produce some nice payoffs.
That's for sure. Race 9, our fillies and mares go, and in this one, it's certainly basically your same group of mares. Beach Journey is the morning line choice, and Guy Gagnon drives and trains. Certainly comes off a very impressive win last time, Gate the Wire. Who can beat him in there? Why Not Haas? Better Catch Girl?
Well, there are 2 that I like. Better Catch Girl was locked in, and basically her race was over halfway up the backstretch. There was no flow to the race, and she would have had to back out and go around, so it wasn't happening. She sort of finished with the pack. I'm imagining Jimmy Gagnon is going to go and be a lot more aggressive this week. I think she'll be put in play early, and you might get a decent price on her, maybe 5 or 6-1. I think she is a good shot to win.
What about Why Not Haas?
Like Why Not Haas for sure. You always have to watch Bernicki, and this mare has exceeded expectations. It looked like she was on her way out. She was toiling in a $7,000 claimer, and now she's all the way up to a $15,000 claimer and looking like she's going to be one of the top 3 in terms of the odds in the wagering at the final post time.
Ask my secretary, Yves Tessier-Protégé. Certainly, you got to show respect. Finished 5th last time, but their priors, the horse was always around sniffing at the wire.
And we've done very well recommending Tessier horses over the years. He's as good a trainer as you're going to find, and uses Berube. These 2 do very well together. And Ask My Secretary has won from brutal post positions before. She has the ability to leave or come from behind, so I think she's a player.
Okay, another race we're looking at, race 7, Hellas Rocket, on a roll for Sebastian Turenne. He had Patrick Shepard driving this horse, Robert Shepard rather, last week, and got the win, and right now is the morning line choice, 8-5.
Yeah, he was moving well on the final turn when he cleared the front. I wouldn't say that he had a ton left in the tank in the final strides, so it is possible that he could go down to defeat, but then you have to figure out which one is going to beat him, and he does look like he's going to be the choice again. So
can't go out on the limb on this one, can you?
For sure, like you got to like the trainer. Turenne batting .444, and Shepard is a type of driver that doesn't make very many mistakes.
That's right. Okay, race 4 is our other trot on the program. 7-horse field in that one. Morning line choice is Charlie Barr, and definitely, is that a deserving favorite?
Charlie Barr is a horse that I think has the talent to win here if he shows up and brings his A game. It bothers me that he only has 2 wins out of 23 starts. I think he's had other opportunities to win when he has squandered them. He's the type of horse, no disrespect to the driver, Pierre Beauvais, but when you're getting a trainer driving, it's not the same as if you get a Guy Gagnon or a Pascal Berube, because I'm not sure how many drives Beauvais has in the card, but maybe 1 or 2. So you don't really get into the flow of things as much as if you're in every race. So if you are a driver that drives less frequently and you have an outside post position, it's a bit more of a challenge. Not saying you can't win, and Beauvais's been doing this a long time. I'm not questioning his credibility at all as a driver, just saying it's an easier game when you drive more frequently. Spicy Redhead is a very interesting one, Graham.
That's my choice. I like this. This horse is doing well. 2 starts for Natalie Sagan.
Came in from Vernon Downs and Saratoga, 2 very fast racetracks, and we've seen horses purchased out of those 2 tracks that have been an absolute unmitigated disaster. Horses that show 51, 52 pacing over Vernon come here and sometimes pace 58, 59. Somehow Natalie Sagan flipped the script, and this one dropped several seconds coming to Rideau Carleton. So that shows me how much she helped this filly and how well she gets along with this filly. She went to the front in her most recent, and it looked like she was going to be a winner. Just got caught late, but I wouldn't hold that against her because it was a tiring racetrack. And I think you're onto something there. So you certainly have zeroed in on the 2 that I like the most, Charlie Barr and Spicy Redhead.
Okay, a horse that's doing very well, that raced well here, is doing well up on the big circuit, and that's Delicate Sound.
And Marc-Andre Simoneau had a decision to make because he did everything he could do with him around here. He thought he would try Stakes Company. He first got a good overnight into him, finishing 2nd in 52, and then subsequently won 2 in a row in the Autumn Series. Let's hope he takes the final.
Good. Okay. Hope all your photo finishes are winning ones today. Have a great afternoon here at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Trot, who you like in the first, huh? Who you like? Come on, Trot, come on, tell me. Come on, jeez. Trot, who you like? Come on, tell me, who you like?
The number 4 horse.
Wait, come again?
The number 4.
Nobody in his right mind bets the 4 horse. The 4 horse is a joke, Trotter. This guy. They put little kids on the 4 horse to have their pictures taken.
Excuse me, the guy here with Sammy Davis Jr. around his neck is bothering the customers. Can I get some help around here?
Hey, everybody! Trotter's betting around! Hey, what's a change?
Introducing the Pacers and drivers on post parade for the opener. Fillies and mares non-winners of 2 races or $25,000 lifetime. Also eligible non-winners of $2,500 last 5. It's an optional $15,000 claimer. The purse $7,100. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Shady Memories 1, Stéphane Pouliot for Pierre Strasbourg and Stéphane Larocque. Yves Godet is the owner. Stéphane Brasso driving 2, White Mountain Cami. Premier Star 3, Robert Shepard for Denis Marcotte and Marc-André Sabarin. 4, Dreamfair Rosebud, it's Guy Gagnon for Nancy Lord. Five is Perfect Dalliance, Pascal Berube for Kathy McBride. Clear the Credit is the 6, Marie-Claude Auger for Catherine Lafrance and Maxime Dubuc. That's your field of mares for the first race. Post time is in 2 minutes. Number 3, Premier Star, your current 2 to 5 choice, is trained by Benoit Hébert. Benoit Hébert has been sensational on Thursday programs here at Rideau Carleton. I would love to see the statistics, but he's had a tremendous year, many of them with young horses, many of them for Denis Marcotte and Marc-André Sabarin. Premier Star has won 2 consecutive races. 1 to 5, I think, is legitimate, as she should dominate these. The only one that has reason to perhaps take a step forward is the 4, Dreamfair Rosebud. This is her second time racing at Rideau Carleton in recent memory. She was a decent 5th, only less than 5 lengths off the leader, Premier Star, in her most recent. But she looked extremely sharp on post parade with driver Guy Gagnon. He clearly has this mare charged up for this afternoon. 3-4 is your exactor ticket in race 1, the way I see it. The starting gate is in position. It'll be Shady Memories and Stéphane Pouliot, White Mountain Cami, Stéphane Brasso, Premier Star, Robert Shepard, Dreamfair Rosebud gets Guy Gagnon, Perfect Dalliance, Pascal Berube, Clear the Credit is on the outside with Marie-Claude Auger. Fillies and Mares for the first are into the backstretch, approaching the start. They're often pacing. Premier Star is asserting her superiority early and looking for the early lead. Outside of her, Perfect Dalliance. At the rails, Shady Memories. Two back to White Mountain Cami. Next is Dream Fair Rosebud. The trailer is Clear the Credit. As they move off the turn, Perfect Dalliance is on the front end. Shady Memories sits second, not for long. Here she comes to the outside. By the opening quarter of 27-4, here comes Shady Memories up to engage Perfect Dalliance for the lead. She goes on by as they approach the bell lap. Premier Star sits third. White Mountain Cami is in fourth. Another two to a fresh Dream Fair Rosebud. Then it's three more to Clear the Credit, who trails the field on the way to the half. Shady Memories, the leader. Sitting second, Perfect Dalliance. Here comes Premier Star to the outside off a half of 57 4/5. To the backstretch they go. Shady Memories on the inside. Premier Star is moving very nicely up to take over with 3/8 to go. And Premier Star has made the lead. White Mountain Cami is now second and on the outside. Shady Memories from third. Well situated second over fourth. Dream Fair Rosebud. Next up the inside to Perfect Dalliance, and the trailer is Clear the Credit. 3/4 of 127-2. It's Premier Star's race to win or lose from here, and she looks strong. White Mountain Cami is back to second. On the outside, Dream Fair Rosebud from third with 1/8 of a mile to go. It's all Premier Star looking to make it 3 wins in a row. White Mountain Cami is in second. Going to take one more shot at her. White Mountain Cami on the outside. On the inside, Premier Star. Premier Star, White Mountain Cami. Premier Star and White Mountain Cami are under the line together. Perfect Dalliance third in 1:58. In the photo, 2 White Mountain Cami was the winner. 3 Premier Star second, 5 Perfect Dalliance third, 1 Shady Memories fourth. Mild upset victory in the first for number 2, White Mountain Cami at 4-1. A 4-year-old daughter of Yankee Cam out of the Good News Scooter Mare Elite DH, owned by Yves Godet, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte, driven to victory by Stéphane Brassot. White Mountain Cami to victory for the third time this season. Today's mile 158. 27-4, 57-4, 127-2, the mile 158 flat. White Mountain Cami in the first. It's official. 2 White Mountain Cami, 1090, 410, 220. 3 Premier Star, 210, 210. 5 Perfect Dalliance, 230. 2-3 Exactor, $21. The Dollar Try, $23.65. The Dollar Super, $49.15. Shady Memories was 4th. White Mountain Cami the winner, Premier Star 2nd, Dream Fair Rosebud 5th, Perfect Dalliance 3rd, Clear the Credit was 6th. From the top, 4-1-2-5-3-6. In race 2, Robert Shepard driving number 1, Place My Bet. Introducing the Pacers and drivers on post parade for race 2, non-winners of $3,500 lifetime. The purse $5,700. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. Driver change on 1. Place My Bet to Robert Shepard. There's the 1. Place My Bet, Robert Shepard, for Phil Reed and Dunya Lavrenovic. You Got This 2, Emil Toth, for Jeffrey Davidson. Turtles Vet is the 3 with Guy Gagnon for Valspar Stables. Full Speed Steve is the 4, Stéphane Brassot for John McMillan. La Barbe 5 completes the field. It's Claude LaRose for a numbered Canadian corporation and Bayama Farms. That's the second race field. Post time is in 2 minutes. Starting gate has moved into position. When you get into November, maiden races can be very difficult to handicap, as several of these have had many chances to win and they've squandered all of them, except for the 5 La Barbe, who's making his racing debut for Claude LaRose. Starter has called the field to the gate. It'll be Place My Bet and Robert Shepard, You Got This, Emile Toth, Turtles Vet with Guy Gagnon. Full Speed Steve, Stéphane Brasso. On the outside, La Barbe with Claude LaRose. Race 2 field, Pacers into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing. Turtles Vet is striding right out to the early lead. Full Speed Steve gets into the 2-hole, another 2, and Place My Bet is sitting third. You Got This races fourth. The early trailer is the first-time starter, La Barbe. Turtles Vet shows the way by 3 lengths. Full Speed Steve sits second, 2 back to Place My Bet ahead of You Got This, and the early trailer is La Barbe. They're by the opening quarter in 30 seconds flat. The King, Guy Gagnon, and Turtles Vet by 3. Full Speed Steve sits second. Place My Bet is third in line. Racing at it from fourth comes You Got This. The early trailer is La Barbe. Under the line the first time, it's Turtles Vet striding strong. Full Speed Steve sits second. Another 2, Place My Bet races third. You Got This in fourth. La Barbe is the early trailer. No change in the plot. It's been a merry-go-round so far by the half in 101 and 4. Turtles Vet by 2.5, 3. Full Speed Steve is trying to stay with him from second. Place My Bet races third. Then comes You Got This, and the trailer is La Barbe. With 3/8 of a mile to go, it's still Turtles Vet. Turtles Vet doing it right on the lead. Full Speed Steve closing it up from second. Place My Bet races third. 3 wide out of the backfield comes La Barbe. You Got This is in between Pacers. 3/4 of a mile in 1:31 and 3. Turtles Vet still by 3 lengths, trying to make a race of it is Full Speed Steve from second. It's 5 back to Place My Bet in third. On the outside, La Barbe, You Got This trails. Here they come for home. Turtles Vet is trying to see it through. Full Speed Steve up the inside. Turtles Vet, Full Speed Steve. Turtles Vet, Guy Gagnon motionless in the sulky. Going to win this one wrapped up in the end. Full Speed Steve second. Place My Bet was third in 2 minutes and 4/5. Rideau Carleton super fans Nino and Stu are out to congratulate Guy Gagnon, the winning driver of Turtles Vet, the Race 2 winner. He's a brown-gelded 3-year-old son of Thinking Out Loud out of the Estrellos mare Val's Vision. Owned by Valspar Stables, also the winning breeder, raised by Ted Lake of Elgin. And now Captain Mike, the winning groom, comes out to catch Turtles Vet for winning driver Guy Gagnon. Turtles Vet in 2 minutes and 4/5. All the fractions were his, 30 seconds, 101 and 4, 131 and 3, the mile 2 minutes and 4/5. Three Turtles Vet, 680, 250, 210. Four Full Speed Steve, 210, 210. One Place My Bet, 220. 3-4 Exactor, 930. Dollar Try, 3-4-1, 13 and a nickel. Dollar Super, 3-4-1-5, 34 even. Place My Bet finished third. You Got This was fifth. Turtles Vet the winner. Full Speed Steve second. La Barbe was fourth. From the top down, 3-5-1, 2-4. Introducing the third race field on Post Parade. Non-winners of $350 per start in their last 10. The purse $5,000. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Major Motion is the one. Pascal Berube driving for owner Jennifer McBride. Sporta Lucky Star is the 2 with Guy Gagnon for Kathy McBride. 3 Lunar Launch, it's Drew Smythe for owner Joan Castle. Number 4 is Springbridge Jim. Andrew Moore driving for partners Alan Moore, Tommy Godfrey, and Charles Farrell. Levi's Day is the 5 with Jimmy Gagnon for Bill Maines, Lloyd Stone, Victor Putty, and a numbered Canadian corporation. Appleby Hanover 6 completes the field. It's Robert Shepard for Danny Mackey. Completing the field is 7 Paybug, Stefan Pouliot for Stefan Hubert. That's your field for race 3, post time in 2 minutes. Number 4, Springbridge Jim, and 5 Levi's Day are certainly going to be the 2 favorites, with likely number 2 Sporta Lucky Star the 3rd choice. Springbridge Jim being driven by the co-owner and trainer, Andrew Moore. Only Andrew's 3rd drive of the season. He used to drive quite a bit more than this at Rideau Carleton. But he's been on a bit of a mission to sort out Springbridge Jim and get him back to his form that saw him 1 in 150 and 3 here at Rideau Carleton. He is a recent gelding. And Springbridge Jim, if he brings his A, B, or C game, is much the best in here. If you're unwilling to bet a driver in his 3rd start of the season, 5 Levi's Day is clearly your next best option. Comes from the powerful Victor Putty stable. Jimmy Gagnon with already 72 winners on the season. Gets along very well with Levi's Day. He was a good second, 2 back in 155, and he shows 154 in his card. He's got over 300,000 earned and a lifetime record of 151 and 23 lifetime victories. Levi's Day, your alternative if you're not a believer in Springbridge Jim. Kathy McBride sends out Major Motion and Sporta Lucky Star. One of these 2 look to be the logical one for the show spot. Moving in and lining up for the 3rd, it'll be Major Motion with Pascal Berube, Sporta Lucky Star with Guy Gagnon, Lunar Launch and Drew Smythe. Springbridge Jim gets Andrew Moore. Levi's Day and Jimmy Gagnon, Appleby Hanover, Robert Shepard. Paybug is on the outside with Stefan Pouliot. Third race, Pacers into the backstretch. They're approaching the start. They're often pacing. Andrew Moore calls on Springbridge Jim for some early speed, and he takes him right to the early lead. Major Motion is up the inside to sit second, while Sport a Lucky Star is third away. Levi's Day caught on the outside from fourth, inside fifth for Lunar Launch. The sixth one is Appleby Hanover. Two back to Paybug, who is the early trailer. Springbridge Jim closed at 1-9. He's on a 3-length lead past the opening quarter in 27-4. Springbridge Jim is on the front end by 2.5. Major Motion sits second. It's 5 back to Sport a Lucky Star, tagging along from third. Racing fourth, Levi's Day. Then it's Lunar Launch. Appleby Hanover. The trailer is Paybug. The pace is honest here, chasing Springbridge Jim. Major Motion is trying to keep tabs on him from second. It's a gap back to Sport a Lucky Star third, 56 3.5. Into the backstretch they go. Springbridge Jim now by 4. Major Motion still second. Third on the outside comes Levi's Day. Sport a Lucky Star is the fourth one. Lunar Launch races fifth. Another 3 back to Appleby Hanover. Paybug is the trailer with 3/8 of a mile to go. Andrew Moore, Springbridge Jim cruising right along by 5. Major Motion is trying to keep within earshot now from second. They're at 3/4 of 125 and they're on the final turn. Springbridge Jim trying to seal the deal. Leads by 6, maybe 7 on Major Motion. Levi's Day is a well-beaten third with 1/8 of a mile to go. Driver Andrew Moore looking more like Hall of Famer Doug Brown than an occasional trainer driver as he cruises with Springbridge Jim by 8, maybe 9 lengths coming for the wire. Springbridge Jim and the Professor Andrew Moore to win it, wrapped up in the end. Major Motion was second, Sport a Lucky Star third in 1:56.4. For Springbridge Jim, the winner, 1 Major Motion second, 2 Sport a Lucky Star third, 5 Levi's Day was fourth. Tammy Forgy, Danielle Castle, and Jackie Donnell all out in the winner's circle, awaiting the winner of the third race, number 4, Springbridge Jim. He's a 5-year-old son of Big Jim, out of the Arts Place mare Stonebridge Vision. Charles Farrell, Tommy Godfrey, and Alan Moore all share ownership with trainer-driver Andrew Moore. At 1-9, Springbridge Jim was the winner in 156 and 4, 27 and 4, 56 and 3, 125. The fractions were all his. Springbridge Jim eased up in the end in 156 and 4. For Springbridge Jim, 220, 210, 210. One major motion, 11.10, $4. Two Sport a Lucky Star, 480. 4-1 exactor, 1780. The dollar try of 412, 3790. The dollar super, 4125, 6450. Major Motion was second, Sport a Lucky Star third, Lunar Launch fifth, Springbridge Jim the winner, Levi's Day fourth, Appleby Hanover seventh, Paybug was sixth. From the top down, 2, 3, 5, 1, 4, 7, 6. And Rideau Carleton Raceway would like to recognize Our proud sponsor, Roberto's Corner Italian Deli, located on 1034 Pleasant Park Road, only about 15 minutes from the racetrack. Roberto's Corner, highly endorsed by several members of the Rideau Carleton staff, along with yours truly, who particularly enjoys the chicken parm sandwich. It's absolutely delicious. It's authentic Italian cuisine at ridiculously low prices. You have my personal guarantee you'll be thrilled with the experience at Roberto's Corner Italian Deli. Introducing the field of trotters for the fourth race, non-winners of $35,000 lifetime, non-winners of $2,500 last 5. It's an optional $10,000 claimer. The purse is $7,100, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. Kinder Unbelievable is the one, Marie-Claude Auger for Denitsa Petrova. Spicy Redhead the 2, Sam Fillion for Nathalie Seguin. Miles of Muscle 3, Jimmy Gagnon for Gilberte Toulouse. Martin Biron is the owner, Robert Shepard driving 4 on the sly. There's 6 Charlie Bar. It's Pierre Beauvais for Nicole Beauvais-Gertner and Marc Camidon. Vitor 7, Stéphane Pouliot For a numbered Quebec Corporation, Donald Jobin and Danielle Bolil. There's the 5 Muscle Ave completing the field, Stéphane Brasso for Investissement KFB, along with Eric Beaujour and Stéphane Geoffroy. Nicole Martel also shares ownership, and that's your field for race 4 at 2 minutes until post time. Number 2, Spicy Redhead, and 6, Charlie Bar, the 2 taking the most money. 2, Spicy Redhead is one that improved tremendously when entering the care of trainer Nathalie Seguin. She's also the owner. This daughter of Prayer I Am was brilliant in her Rideau Carleton debut, winning by open lengths in 157-1. Made the lead relatively easily on November the 10th. Just got caught by Archimed Alpha, a very nice trotter in his own right. Spicy Redhead just needs to keep that momentum going to be a top 2 finisher here. Number 6, Charlie Bar has faced tougher many times this season. Look at who won his last 2, Duke La Victoire and Asa I'm Ready. Both higher-end trotters on this circuit. Charlie Bar has had a great deal of consistency, though. 11 times in the top 3 out of 23 starts, and this is a bit of a drop down in class where he looks to merit serious consideration. The sleeper in here is the 1, Kinder Unbelievable. Last start, this mare had post position 9, and I can't stand that post position. And I think Kinder Unbelievable didn't like it either. I'm willing to forgive her for that poor effort, as I'm looking back to that August the 11th race where Kinder Unbelievable was a good second to Fitbit, who is an open trotter on this circuit. Finished a good second in 157, has an inside post position and an aggressive Marie-Claude Auger in the sulky. Starter Jamie Fiolek has called the trotters to the gate for race 4. It'll be Kinder Unbelievable and Marie-Claude Auger, Spicy Redhead, Sam Filion. Miles of Muscle gets Jimmy Gagnon on the sly with Robert Shepard. Muscle Ave, Stéphane Brasso, Charlie Bar, Pierre Beauvais. Vitor starts on the outside with Stéphane Pouliot. Race 4 trotters into the backstretch and picking up speed. They're at the start. They're off and trotting. There goes Muscle Ave out to the early lead. Up on the outside, Charlie Bar gets into the 2-hole while On the Sly is third away. Vitor is hustled up on the outside 4th after an 1/8 of a mile. Spicy Redhead unhurried by Sam Filion to be 5th. Miles of Muscle is the 6th one. Kinder Unbelievable is the early trailer. As they move off the turn to that opening quarter, that marker in 30 4. In front of the grandstand by 3 lengths, it's Muscle Ave and Brasso. Charlie Bar getting a beautiful 2-hole trip. Racing third is Vitor. From 4th On the Sly, Spicy Redhead is a fresh 5th with 8 lengths to make up on the leader. Miles of Muscle ahead of only one, and it's Kinder Unbelievable, still single file, chasing Muscle Ave, the 9-year-old son of Muscle Mass, takes them past the half in 59-3. Towards 3/4, Muscle Ave shows the way. Charlie Bar a bang up second. Vitor races third from fourth on the sly. Then from fifth, here comes Spicy Redhead on the attack for Filion. Following that move is Kinder Unbelievable, and Miles of Muscle trails the field. Muscle Ave leads towards 3/4 at 3-1. A closer second is Spicy Redhead, 3/4 of a mile in 1:30-1. On the final turn, here comes Spicy Redhead to engage Muscle Ave for the lead. Charlie Bar finds a way out for Beauvais from third. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Spicy Redhead has the lead. Charlie Bar, widest of all on the grandstand side, going to make a race of it. It's going to be Charlie Bar on the outside, in between pacers. Spicy Redhead, Muscle Ave is still there. Spicy Redhead, and Sam Filion to win it. Charlie Bar looking to nose out Muscle Ave for the place spot in 2 minutes flat. Two, Spicy Redhead, the winner. 6, Charlie Bar, second. 5, Muscle Ave, third. 7, Vitor was fourth. And there's the winner of the fourth race, number 2, Spicy Redhead, a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Prayer I Am. Out of the Turbinator mare, Little Chloe. Natalie Seguin of Gatineau, Quebec is the winning owner-trainer, driven to victory by Sam, the man, Filion. Spicy Redhead in 2 minutes, 30-4, 59-3, 130-1, the mile in 2 minutes flat. Race 4 is official. 2 Spicy Redhead $5, $2.60, $2.10. 6 Charlie Bar $3.70, $2.30. 5 Muscle Ave $2.50. 2 6 Exactor $15.80. Dollar Try $2.65, $23.10. Dollar Super $2.657, $67.40. Kinder Unbelievable was 6. Spicy Redhead the winner. Miles of Muscle 7th. On the Sly 5th. Muscle Ave 3rd. Charlie Bar 2nd. Vitor was 4th. From the top, 617 5324.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Introducing the trotters and drivers on post parade for the 5th race, non-winners of $47,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of $5,000 last 5 starts. The purse is $7,200 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Stella Alpha is the 2, Pascal Barube for Écurie Alpha. Holden Aces 3, Robert Shepard for Yannick Martel, Investissement KFB. Fix a Drink is the 4, Marie-Claude Auger for Sean Baines and Pierre Leclerc. Five Ciel Bleu, Sam Filion for Écurie Provocante. Stormont Barbecue 6, Ryan Guy for Stormont Meadows. Asa I'm Ready the 7, Stéphane Brassot for Ted Brayton. Eight is Moscow Moon Guy Gagnon for Mario Brochu. That's your field for race 5 at 2 minutes until post time. Number 1, Montana Black Angel is the heavy favorite, and I really supported this one 2 starts back when he won by 17 in 56 and 2. I like the stable that he comes from, and I like the driver, Jimmy Gagnon. I think the 1 hole is a very difficult starting spot for Montana Black Angel. That would really frighten me. I know Jimmy got him away cleanly last time. But I just think it's such a challenge and a stress on the driver. The rail's a really tough starting spot for a great big trotter like Montana Black Angel. He's a bit headstrong too. You can see him on the track. He looks absolutely gorgeous. But down on the rail, bottled up, 6-5 is a bit short for my liking. I'll tell you who I like at 8-1 is the 6 Stormont Barbecue. This is a very talented trotter with a record of $154 and $84,000 made. She has made $35,000 this season. She was floating home nicely in her most recent. Made a little break in stride deep into the stretch. Still trotted 155 and 4. And I think they could go a little bit faster than they should up close to the front in here, and that sets it up for the late closing kick of Stormont Barbecue. I think that fits Ryan Guy's driving strategy too. I think 8-1 is solid value on her. Field for the 5th race. Called to the starting gate. Last chance to wager. It'll be Montana Black Angel with Jimmy Gagnon, Stella Alpha, Pascal Barube. Holden Aces, your 6-5 favorite with Robert Shepard. Fix a Drink gets Marie-Claude Auger, EL Bleu, Sam Filion. Stormont Barbecue, Ryan Guy. Asa, I'm Ready, Stéphane Brasso. Moscow Moon is on the outside with Guy Gagnon. Race 5 trotters picking up speed into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're off and trotting. There goes Fix a Drink out to the lead. Stella Alpha closer to the inside, way out wide. Moscow Moon is moving out. Montana Black Angel is 4th away. Then from 5th, Holden Aces unhurried by Shepard. EL Bleu tracks that one next. Stormont Barbecue is 9 from the front, and Asa I'm Ready, taken in hand by Stéphane Brasso to be the early trailer. Fix a Drink is on the lead past the quarter of 29 and 1. Fix a Drink by 2 lengths. Sitting second, Stella Alpha. Montana Black Angel races third. From 4th, Moscow Moon. Holden Aces is coming to the outside from 5th. EL Bleu follows that live cover. Then it's 2 back to Stormont Barbecue. And then 3 to Asa I'm Ready, the trailer. Towards the half they go. Striding strong is Fix a Drink on the lead. They're by the half in 59 seconds, and they hit the Rideau Carleton backstretch. Fix a Drink is the leader for Marie-Claude Auger. Montana Black Angel second to the outside. Stella Alpha races in third. Well spotted second over 4th for Holden Aces. Inside 5th, Moscow Moon. Out into the flow comes EL Bleu. Stormont Barbecue now with only 7 lengths to make up, and 3 to Asa I'm Ready, the trailer. They trot by 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. It's Fix a Drink still on the lead. Here comes Holden Aces moving very well 3 wide around Montana Black Angel. Stella Alpha is right there. EL Bleu and Stormont Barbecue are rolling home. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Fix a Drink is all in. Here comes Holden Aces right on past to the lead. Holden Aces and Robert Shepard time this one perfectly to win it over Moscow Moon. It's a show photograph, the mile 1:58 and 3. 3 Holden Aces the winner. 8 Moscow Moon second at 40-1. 5 EL Bleu third. 4 Fix a Drink was fourth. Into the winner's circle returns 3 Holden Aces. A big gelding 8 years old by Explosive Matter. Out of the Conway Hall mare, Halls Plus. Yannick Martel, winning trainer, shares ownership with Investissement KFB. The winning drive to Robert Shepard. Holden Aces in 158 and 3, third win of the season. The fractions 29 and 1, 59, 128 and 2, the mile 158 and 3/5. Race 5 is official. 3 Holden Aces, $5, $322.50. 8 Moscow Moon, $27.60, $10.50. 5 EL Bleu, $240. 3/8 Exactor, $103.40. The Dollar Try, $385, $142.90. Dollar Super, $385.4, $770.95. Montana Black Angel was 7th, Stella Alpha 5th, Holden Ace is the winner. Fix a Drink 4th, El Bleu 3rd, Stormont Barbecue 6th, Asa I'm Ready was 8th, Moscow Moon 2nd. From the top, 751 43682. Introducing the Field on Post Parade for Race 6, non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. It's an optional $15,000 claimer for non-winners of $25,000 lifetime. The purse $6,600, exactor, triactor, high five and pick 5 wagering. Swedish blinds to blinkers on 3 Zayden's luck. Arthur Shelby is the 1. Robert Shepard for Philip Reed and Dunya Lavrenovic. To Mr. Courage, Stéphane Brassot for Michel Lavoie and Gary Steele. 3 is Zayden's Luck, Clark Stacey for Ross Hitchens. Lockerbur is the 4, Sam Fillion for Philippe Laframboise. Pep in My Step, the 5, Guy Gagnon for Jamie Copley and Wayne Hutt. Sir Lucknow is the 6, Pascal Barube for Michel Letarte and Jean Allard. 7, well worth the wait, Stefan Pouliot for Brian Scott and Amy Griffin. Eight, Rock and Roll Nation, Robbie Robinson for Michel Grenier. Completing the field is 9, Jim's Big Thrill. It's Mike Healy for Kathy McBride. And that's your field for the 6th race at 2 minutes until post time. My thoughts on the upcoming 6th race. The winner is coming from the middle of the track. 4, Lochaber, 5, Pep in My Step, or 6, Sir Luck Now. And my top choice for the key would be the 6, Sir Luck Now. I love the consistency of starters coming out of the Yves Tessier barn. Toss the November 3rd line as Sir Luck Now stepped out of the hobble at the quarter-mile pole. So take that line out, and he's been first or second in his last 3. He has the ability to park on the outside of the racetrack and still fight to the finish. Sir Luck Now, the picture of consistency, as is his trainer, Yves Tessier. Number 4, Lochaber, was very good in his most recent start, coming from 7th at the half, just beaten by a head. And he was a good second the start before that, although that was a class below this. He has shown flashes of brilliance in the 2022 season, and he looks to be on the right track based on his lines in the last couple of weeks. Pep in My Step debuted a winner for Mandy Archer back at the end of October. Came back 4 days later with another win. A good second on November 3rd. The most recent start, November 10th, something went amiss as he just wasn't himself. I'm willing to forgive that because of his previous efforts. 6, 4, 5, my top 3 in the 6th. It'll be Arthur Shelby and Robert Shepard, Mr. Courage, Stéphane Brasso, Zayden's Luck Clark Stacy, Lochaber, Sam Filion, Pep in My Step, Guy Gagnon, Sir Luck Now, Pascal Berube. 4, 5, and 6 are all 5-2. Well worth the wait, Stefan Pouliot, Rock and Roll Nation, Robbie Robinson, Jim's Big Thrill. In the second tier, Mike Healy drives. Sixth race field, Pacers approaching the start. They're often pacing. Jim's Big Thrill made a break in stride. And down the center, there goes Pep in My Step to the lead. Sir Luck Now to his outside. Arthur Shelby is a bang-up third, while Mr. Courage sits fourth. Well worth the wait as fifth on the outside. Zayden's Luck in sixth. Lochaber unhurried, seventh away. It's 2 back to Rock and Roll Nation. Jim's Big Thrill is back down pacing, but trailing the field. They passed the opening quarter in 27 2/5. Here comes Pep in My Step up to take the lead from Sir Luck Now. These two have separated themselves from the others. Arthur Shelby 5 back in third. 3 to Mr. Courage, 2 to Zayden's Luck, 2 to Well Worth the Wait. On the move out of the backfield is Lockaber, but all of a sudden he has 12 to make up on the leaders. Rock and Roll Nation is ahead of only 1, and it's Jim's Big Thrill by the half in 56 and 4. Into the backstretch, Pep in My Step, hard used to make the lead. Sir Luck Now from second, third on the outside comes Zayden's Luck. Arthur Shelby from fourth, fifth on the outside. Well Worth the Wait is moving up nicely. Mr. Courage is hemmed in at this stage. Lockaber is moving up nicely in the outer flow, as is Rock and Roll Nation. Way back to Jim's Big Thrill. They pace towards 3/4. It's Pep in My Step, the one to catch. 3/4 in 1:26 and 1. Pep in My Step by a length and a half. Sir Luck Now is still second. Third on the outside, Zayden's Luck up the rail. Arthur Shelby, Well Worth the Wait is next. Lockaber needs to do more. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Pep in My Step is trying to get it home. Up the inside, Sir Luck Now, Pep in My Step, and Sir Luck Now to decide it. Pep in My Step and Guy Gagnon. Sir Luck Now up the inside. It's Pep in My Step to win it over Sir Luck Now and Arthur Shelby. Zayden's Luck stayed for fourth in 1:55 and 1. Number 5, Pep in My Step, returns to the winner's circle. A big gelded 4-year-old son of sports writer. Out of the Badlands Hanover mare. Got a Lotta Go. Jamie Copley shares ownership with Wayne Hutt, who is in the winner's circle with us tonight at Rideau Carleton. Mandy Archer, the winning trainer, second driving win tonight for Guy Gagnon. Pep in My Step in 1:55 and 1, 27 and 2, 56 and 4, 1:26 and 1, the mile 1:55 and 1/5. And that's Hervé, who is the winning groom. Race 6 is official. 5, Pep in My Step, 7:10, 2:82.20. 6, Sir Luck Now, 2:62.30. 1, Arthur Shelby, 3:70. 5-6 exactor, 1660. Dollar try, 561, 37.25. The 20-cent super high 5, 171.06. Arthur Shelby was third, Mr. Courage fifth, Zayden's Luck fourth, Lockaber seventh, Pepin My Step the winner. Sir Luck Now was second, Well Worth the Wait sixth, Rock and Roll Nation finished eighth. Jim's Big Thrill was ninth. From the top down, 354, 712, 689. And Rideau Carleton Raceway would like to recognize our proud sponsor, Roberto's Corner Italian Deli, located on 1034 Pleasant Park Road, only about 15 minutes from the racetrack. Roberto's Corner, highly endorsed by several members of the Rideau Carleton staff, along with yours truly, who particularly enjoys the chicken parm sandwich. It's absolutely delicious. It's authentic Italian cuisine at ridiculously low prices. You have my personal guarantee you'll be thrilled with the experience at Roberto's Corner Italian Deli. Introducing the field on post parade for race 7, non-winners of $10,000 or one race lifetime. The purse $6,000. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. Snooka is the one. It's Jerry Haggerty, the owner. Stefan Brasso will drive. Shadow Dave 2, Mike Healy driving for Anne Lamaison. Number 3, Hella's Rocket. It's Robert Shepard for Alexis Zilke. Senior advisor is the 4, Guy Gagnon for Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley. Number 5 is Silent Voices, Jimmy Gagnon for Nancy Gouin and Danielle Hébert. Beacon Sealster 6, Stefan Pouliot for owner Claude Preux. Seven Richie Alpha completes the field, owned by Acurie Alpha with Pascal Berube. That's your field for race 7 at 2 minutes until post time. Number 3, Hella's Rocket, is trained by Sebastian Turenne. Sebastian is going to be the subject of a Graham Mitchell upcoming one-on-one backstretch interview. We look forward to that one, as the highly respected Turenne has a wealth of knowledge and talent in harness racing. He's been doing this since a young child. And he's on to a good one here with Hella's Rocket. He has Robert Shepard to drive again today, looking to make it 3 consecutive wins. Number 2, Shadow Dave, is taking 2-1 attention. This son of Shadow Play has been very consistent for trainer-driver Mike Healy, and he should be rock solid to hit the top 3. Senior advisor Guy Gagnon looking for his 3rd driving win on the program. Starting gate has moved into position. This is your last chance to wager. It'll be Snooka Snooka with Stefan Brasso, Shadow Dave, and Mike Healy. Hella's Rocket gets Robert Shepard. Senior Advisor, Guy Gagnon. Silent Voices, Jimmy Gagnon, Beacon Sealster, Stefan Pouliot. Richie Alpha starts on the outside with Pascal Berube. Seventh race pacers into the backstretch, picking up speed there at the start. They're often pacing. There goes Shadow Dave to the early lead. Snooka Snooka along the inside. Senior Advisor makes it a 3-wide beginning. Hella's Rocket is well situated fourth away. Then comes Silent Voices, 2 back to Beacon Sealster. Richie Alpha trails early. Off the turn towards the quarter-mile marker they go. Senior Advisor by 2 lengths on Snooka Snooka. Shadow Dave sits third. The quarter is reached in 28-4. Senior Advisor leads by 3. Snooka Snooka second. Shadow Dave looks at it from third. Racing in fourth, Hella's Rocket. Then the fifth one is Silent Voices. Here comes Richie Alpha to the outside on the attack. Beacon Sealster can see them all. Senior Advisor by 3 lengths. Snooka Snooka races second. Shadow Dave goes back to the rail, now back to the outside from third, giving cover to Hella's Rocket, past a half of 59-1. Senior Advisor by 2. Snooka Snooka sits second. Shadow Dave is moving up nicely to the outside, third. Hella's Rocket is moving very well, fourth on the outside, second over, 3 from the front. Silent Voices is nailed to the rail in fifth. Outside of him, Richie Alpha. The trailer is Beacon Sealster. Trying to go all the way on the lead is Senior Advisor. Shadow Dave gets back to the rail second. 3/4 of 128-4. It's still Senior Advisor by 2, 2.5. Shadow Dave is second, third on the outside. Hella's Rocket needs to do more. Richie Alpha 3 wide. Snooka Snooka there as well in between pacers. Silent Voices, here they come for home, chasing Senior Advisor. Down the center comes Richie Alpha, but it's going to be Senior Advisor giving Guy Gagnon the hat trick on the program. Richie Alpha finished second, Shadow Dave third in 158-3. Four Senior Advisor the winner, 7 Richie Alpha second, 2 Shadow Dave third, 3 Hella's Rocket was fourth. Into the winner's circle returns the winner of the 7th race. Number 4 Senior Advisor, The 3-year-old Son of Art Speak out of the Sports Writer mare Southwind Gloria, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley. Mandy Archer, the winning trainer, 3rd driving win today, all ready for Guy Gagnon. Bernard Levin is the winning groom. Senior Advisor in 158 and 3, 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, the mile 158 and 3. Senior Advisor in the 7th. Race 7 is official. Four Senior Advisor, 530, 290, 410, 7 Richie Alpha, 610, 640, 2 Shadow Dave, 820. 4-7 Exactor, 4170. The dollar try, 115.20. The dollar super, 188.80. Snooka was 7th, Shadow Dave 3rd, Hella's Rocket 4th, Senior Advisor the winner, Silent Voices 5th, Beacon Sealster 6th, Richie Alpha was 2nd. From the top, 734, 1562.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Introducing the Field on Post Parade for Race 8. Fillies and Mares, $8,000 to $10,000 claiming handicap. For a purse of $6,200, Exactor, Triactor, Pick 3, and Superfecta wagering. 2 claims entered on 2 Fancy Girl. Kahlua Morning is the one. Pascal Berube for Denis Langlois. Two claims entered on 2 Fancy Girls. Sam Villian for Michel Legacy. Right 1-3, Stéphane Pouliot for François Lecomte. Bet him on the River 4, Robert Shepard for James Martell. Pretty Diva 5, Jimmy Gagnon for Pierre Lepine. Shanghai Blue Beach 6, Marie-Claude Auger for Pierre Leclerc. Seven is Lady Aquila, Jason Gilchrist driving for Pierre Strasbourg and Stéphane Larocque. Thinking of You Babe is the 8, Guy Gagnon drives for Jamie Copley and Mark Smith. Number 9, Hal McFeisty completes the field. Stéphane Brassot for Robert Bernicki. And that's your field for race 8. Post time is in 2 minutes. Fans are jumping all over the 3 right 1 with the drop in class and the red hot Stéphane Pouliot. Pouliot extremely hot in both the training and driving category in the recent 2 months or so at Rideau Carleton. Dropping this one from a 15,000 claimer all the way into an 8 claimer, where she looks to be a major player. I'm a value seeker, though. I still like 12 to 1 on the 1 Kahlua Morning with one of my favorite trainers, Yves Tessier, and Rideau Carleton's second leading driver, Pascal Berube. Kahlua Morning can leave the gate nicely. She'll be in for a good trip, and she will be in the top 3 right now at 11 to 1. It'll be Kahlua Morning and Pascal Berube. Fancy Girl at even money. Sam Filion. Now 1-9 on Fancy Girl. Right 1 gets Stéphane Pouliot. Bet him on the river. Longest shot on the board, Robert Shepard. Pretty Diva, Jimmy Gagnon. Shanghai Blue Beach, Marie-Claude Auger. Lady Aquila gets Jason Gilchrist. Thinking of You Babe on the outside with Guy Gagnon. Hal McFeisty, very capable at 25-1, driven by Stéphane Brasseur. It's the 8th race field into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're off and pacing. There goes Fancy Girl to the early lead. Kahlua Morning along the inside. Down the center comes Shanghai Blue Beach, widest of all for Thinking of You Babe. Right 1 is with the early leaders in 5th. Bet him on the river is the 6th one, racing 7th, Hal McFeisty. Ahead of Pretty Diva and 2 back to the early trailer, Lady Aquila. They're by the opening quarter in 27-2. They move in front of the grandstand for the first time with the early lead, Fancy Girl. Kahlua Morning sits the pocket trip, while third on the outside is Shanghai Blue Beach. Right 1 is trapped into the inside 4th. 5th and in the flow comes Thinking of You Babe. Bet him on the river is up the inside, while Hal McFeisty, Ever Dangerous, out into the flow 3rd over. Lady Aquila follows cover, and the trailer out the back door is Pretty Diva by the half in 57 2/5. Fancy Girl on the lead under pressure from Shanghai Blue Beach. Kahlua Morning from 3rd. 4th and on the outside, Thinking of You Babe. Right 1, Pouliot is loaded with pace but lacks racing room. Hal McFeisty is sent up 3 wide, then Bet him on the river. Lady Aquila, the trailer is Pretty Diva. They're bunching up towards 3/4 in behind Fancy Girl at 3/4 of 126 3. Fancy Girl still the leader. Kahlua Morning is swelling up in the pocket 2nd. Shanghai Blue Beach 3rd on the outside. Locked up tighter than 2 coats of shellac is Right 1, desperate for racing room. Here they come for home, Fancy Girl trying to see it through. On the outside, here comes Kahlua Morning. Right 1 is 3rd. Kahlua Morning on the outside comes on by to win it. Fancy Girl was 2nd, Right 1 3rd, Pretty Diva 4th in 156 3. Jennifer and Melissa Filion sharing the grooming duties on number 1, Kahlua Morning, the 8th race winner. A 7-year-old daughter of Westward Ho Hanover, out of the Arts Place mare, All-American Kelly. Owned by Denis Langlois, trained by Yves Tessier, driven to victory by the drummer, Pascal Berube, Kahlua Morning in 156 and 3. Second win in 30 starts this season. That won a season's record, 27 and 2, 57 and 2, 126 and 3. The mile 156 and 3/5. One Kahlua Morning, $7.90, $523. Two Fancy Girl, $320, $210. Three Right, $1, $260. 1-2 Exactor, $35.20. The Dollar Try, 1-2-3, $38.45. Dollar Super, 1-2-3-5, $339.30. Number 2, Fancy Girl, claim for $10,000. The new owner, Pierre-Marc Longpré. The new trainer will be Guy Gagnon. Kahlua Morning was the winner. Fancy Girl second, Right 1/3. Bet 'em on the River 6th. Pretty Diva 4th. Shanghai Blue Beach was 8th. Lady Aquila 7th, Thinking of You Babe 5th, Hal McFeisty was 9th. From the top, 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 8, 7, 5, 9. Fillies and mares on post parade for the 9th race. Non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, $6,000 last 5. It's an optional $15,000 claimer. The purse $7,200, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late double wagering. Number 3, Talkin' Again, will parade last. Why Not Haas is the 1, Stefan Brasso for Robert Bernicki. Better Catch Girl is the 2, Jimmy Gagnon for a numbered Canadian Corporation and Victor Putty. And there is Talkin' Again, Robbie Robinson for Susan Roy. Beach Journey 4, Guy Gagnon for co-owner Frederick Gagnon. Peggy J the 5, Sam Fillion for Jamie Copley and JP Stables. Arrhythmogenic the 6, Dan St. Pierre is the owner-driver. Ask My Secretary the 7, Pascal Barube for Michel Letarte and Jean Lair. Café Society 8 completing the field. Stéphane Pouliot will drive for Gaëtan Fortin. That's your field of fillies and mares for the 9th race at 2 minutes until post time. Certainly 1 Why Not Haas and 4 Beach Journey are worthy of the money they're taking. The one who's being underbet in my estimation is the 2 Better Catch Girl at 9-1. I think she's better than that. Starter has called the field to the gate. Why Not Haas with Stéphane Brosseau. Better Catch Girl, Jimmy Gagnon, Talking Again, Robbie Robinson. Beach Journey and Guy Gagnon. Peggy J with Sam Fillion. Arrhythmogenic, Dan St. Pierre. Ask My Secretary, Pascal Berube. Cafe Society with Stéphane Pouliot on the outside. Field for the 9th race. Into the backstretch. They're at the start. They're often pacing Beach Journey out to look for the early lead. Why Not Haas along the inside. Better Catch Girl is a bang-up third. Talkin' Again shows up in 4th. Another 2 back to Peggy J in 5th. Ask My Secretary 6th. It's 3 more to Arrhythmogenic. Cafe Society trails about 15 lengths off of the early lead. Why Not Haas in 27-1. Stiff enough first quarter for the night that it is. Into the 2-hole, Beach Journey. A fresh third, Better Catch Girl. Racing 4th, Talking Again, going to come first over. To the inside, now moving out, comes Peggy J. Ask My Secretary saves ground up the inside. Further back, Cafe Society and Arrhythmogenic. They're chasing Why Not Haas. Nose to helmet second, Beach Journey. Better Catch Girl. Jimmy Gagnon rolls the dice and comes first over. Off a half of 57 seconds. Why Not Haas inside. Better Catch Girl outside. Beach Journey is right there from third. Talking Again, well situated second over 4th. A fresh 5th for Ask My Secretary. Peggy J is next. Out comes Cafe Society. Arrhythmogenic trails the field as they pace their way to 3/4. It's the iron tough Why Not Haas in 126. Why Not Haas on the inside. Better Catch Girl outside. Beach Journey is right there third. Talking Again, second over in 4th. No place to go for Ask My Secretary with 1/8 of a mile to go. Why Not Haas is trying to see it through. Better Catch Girl on the outside second. Here comes Ask My Secretary, but it's Why Not Haas to win it. Ask My Secretary a driving second. Better Catch Girl third. The mile 155-3. There's the 9th race winner, number 1, Why Not Haas, a bay mare 7 years old by Cam Mystic. Out of the As Promised mare, As Hot as Promised. Robert Bernicki is the winning owner and trainer. Driving double for Stefan Brasso. Why Not Haas to her 8th win of the year, the mile 155 and 3. 27 and 157, 126, the mile 155 and 3/5. It's official. One Why Not Haas, 430, 320, 270. 7 Ask My Secretary, 980, 410. 2 Better Catch Girl, 380. 17 Exactor, 62.90. 172 Try, 87.85. $1 Super, 1725, 416.30. The preferred handicap is in the 10th and final. It's up next with no changes. Why Not Haas, the winner. Better Catch Girl, 3rd. Talkin' Again, 5th. Beach Journey was 8th. Peggy J, 4th. Arrhythmogenic, 6th. Ask My Secretary, 2nd. Cafe Society, 7th. From the top, 135, 846, 27. Here are the trotters and drivers on post-parade for the 10th race. Preferred handicap, purse 10,500, exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. Beyond Chronos 1, Marie-Claude Auger for Mike and Sam Sergi. CrossFit 2, Jimmy Gagnon for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. Duke La Victoire the 3, Jacques Baudouin for Suzanne La Victoire. See You Man is the 4, Guy Gagnon for Kathleen Pelletier and Chantal Gravel. Jay's Jasper 5, Robert Shepard for Sylvain Cote. Cold Rage is the 6, Stéphane Brassot for Luc Loyer. Capture de Rêve 7, Sam Fillion for Écurie Provocante. Eight is Tokyo Seal Stir, Pascal Berube for Mike and Sam Sergi. Raising Rusty 9 completes the field, Stéphane Pouliot for numbered Quebec Corporation. That's your field for the 10th race at 2 minutes until post time. Moving in and lining up for the finale, Beyond Chronos and Marie-Claude Auger, CrossFit gets Jimmy Gagnon, Duke La Victoire, and Jacques Baudouin, CU Men, Guy Gagnon. JS Jasper, Robert Shepard, Cold Rage, and Stéphane Brassot. Capteur de Rêve, Sam Filion, Tokyo Sealster, Pascal Berube. Raising Rusty is in the second tier with Stéphane Pouliot. It's the preferred handicap in the 10th. And of course, it's the Robbie D'Alessandro trot. And they're at the start. They're off and trotting. There goes Duke La Victoire to the early lead. Beyond Chronos is out well on the inside. Hustled out of there is Tokyo Sealster to be with the early leaders. CU Men out fast between trotters. JS Jasper got the worst of it 3 wide in the early going. CrossFit advances nicely for Jimmy Gagnon. Further back to Raising Rusty. Then comes Cold Rage. The early trailer taken in hand by Sam Filion, Capteur de Rêve. They're by the opening quarter in a spirited 27 2/5. In front of the grandstand for the first time. On a break went Tokyo Sealster, and Berube takes him wide and out of it. That leaves CU Men in a 2-length lead. Duke La Victoire second. CrossFit is third, and on the outside, Beyond Chronos trapped in fourth. JS Jasper with a rail ride from fifth. Raising Rusty is out into the flow. So is Cold Rage advancing nicely. Saving all the ground is Capteur de Rêve. Tokyo Sealster trails off a half of 57 2. CU Men and Guy Gagnon towards 3/4. Duke La Victoire is second in line. CrossFit is doing it the hard way, third and on the outside. Beyond Chronos a fresh fourth, fifth and out into the flow. Raising Rusty, Cold Rage is next. Up the inside, JS Jasper. 2 back to Capteur de Rêve, and Tokyo Sealster trails the field. They're by 3/4 in 126 2. CU Men with a short lead. Second on the outside, CrossFit refuses to give in. From third, Duke La Victoire. Gapping in the cover is Raising Rusty. Moving well is Cold Rage out of the backfield with an 1/8 of a mile to go. CU Men on the lead. In between trotters, CrossFit as game and determined as a horse can be. And here he comes. Up the inside, Duke La Victoire. Duke La Victoire. Jacques Baudouin, the veteran driver, times this one brilliantly to win it in 156 4. At 25 1, 3 Duke La Victoire was the winner. 4 CU Men second at 10 1. At 13 1, 6 Cold Rage was third. 2 CrossFit fourth at 4 5. 20 1 on the 5. JS Jasper. If you selected and wagered those numbers in the high five, congratulations, you have a very good ticket. If not, there's a strong possibility of a carryover. But there's the winner, 3 Duke La Victoire. Roan gelded 4-year-old son of royalty for life. Out of the Cadabra mare, Cadabra La Victoire. Bred by Eddie van der Veer, owned by Suzanne La Victoire, trained by André Lachance, driven to victory by Jacques Baudouin, closing in on 5,000 career wins. Duke La Victoire, his 8th win of the year, the mile 156-4, 27-2, 57-2, 126-2. Jacques Baudouin saved every inch, got up for the win in 156-4. Race 10 official. Three Duke La Victoire, $54, 1940, 1680. 4 CU Men 855, 50. 6 Cold Rage, 660. 3 4 Exactor, 515, 20. The dollar try, 346, 1,579, 45. The late double of 1 and 3, 118, 30. Nobody nailed the high 5. We have a carryover of 613.76 into our Sunday evening program. Nobody got the late pick 5, carryover there as well. The carryover 769.10. Beyond Kronos was 7th, CrossFit 4th, Duke La Victoire the winner, CU Men 2nd, JS Jasper 5th, Cold Rage 3rd, Capteur de Rev was 8th, Tokyo Sealster 9th, Raising Rusty 6th, from the top 7-4-1, 2-5-3-8-9-6. And that concludes tonight's program of racing from Rideau Carleton, reminding you live racing resumes Sunday evening with a 6:30 first post time with those 2 carryovers, one in the pick 5, one in the high 5. Until then, on behalf of the Horseman management and staff, I'm John McMillan saying good night and please drive safely on your way home.